Hello, good morning, Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Because It's Tuesday Sprints, and it is February, which is Black History Month. So, welcome Black History Month to everybody, especially those in the United States where we celebrate. Should be celebrating. Um, it is also a love month, that made up holiday for greeting cards. So if you celebrate Valentine's Day, then that is this month as well. I don't know what else is this month. Let me know in the comments if y'all know of any other things that should be celebrated this month that we should be giving a shout out to. Let me know. Let me know what y'all are up to today. What are you up to? How's your day going? It's a bit chilly here, y'all. Okay, not gonna lie, just a bit chilly. No, actually, it's freezing. Okay, I'm freezing. This is Florida. Yeah, we had frosts. I had to defrost my car this morning. There was like frostiness on the glass. My coworker stated that she had ice on her car, had a hard time, getting it open. So it's very interesting. But most of us are in some sort of like freeze type situation going on, which is not fun. Not fun at all. I don't know about y'all, but not fun for me. I don't like cold weather. I definitely am enjoying more of a warm weather. So I'm just letting this pass, staying inside, letting it pass for a bit, and hopefully it'll be okay. It's been about a week that the temperatures have been just sucking, just below normal for I think most of us out there. So I'm thinking most of us are just ready for this bad boy to just be done and to get on to warmer skies. Okay, so if y'all with me on that one, let me know because I am definitely not trying to have the cold weather to stay. Hey Mary, how are you doing? Welcome. What are you up to on this lovely day? The sun is out. Is it out? Hold up, don't let me lie to you. I don't know. It's bright outside. That don't mean the sun's out, but it's bright outside. It's not warm. I think Mother Nature tries to deceive us a lot in being like, hey, it's nice weather out there. Look, it's really pretty. And then you go out and you're like, whoa, it's al fresco. Okay. So that's what's going on out there. I'm not happy with that at all. I had on my gloves and my coat when I got in this morning. I did get about an hour of sleep when I got in, so did get some sleep, so that's good. But I got my tea here, so I'm gonna warm it up there. Hey, Miss Mel, how are you doing? Happy Black History Month. Exactly. Cheers to you as well. It's a good month, y'all. It's a good month every month to be black. Okay, I will say that. Okay, melanin be popping and it's all good, but it's great to celebrate a particular month, to celebrate accomplishments and things and highlight just in general a group of people that have done so much. So I'm all for that. Hopefully y'all are reading, celebrating some Black History Month, reading some Black books. I believe in celebrating it all year long. I can't speak. All year long. Hopefully, everyone else's too. Okay. I keep seeing all of these Black book recommendations and all this stuff by people that, generally don't talk about them or read them. So I kind of bypass those videos. Not gonna lie. You're not gonna read diversely year long. Then I don't really need to look at your video talking about read these Black books. But that's just me. But reading some good ones as always. Okay. So let me know if y'all have some good recs if you normally read Black books. If you don't normally read Black books year long, then don't worry. Don't recommend anything to me. I'm good. I'm sipping on some same licorice tea. I love my licorice tea. Yum. Trying to stay warm. I was about to put this down, but I'm trying to hold it for a reason. But it's hot. But trying to stay warm. Stay warm. Mel says hello to Mary. And Mary says, I'm reading The Christmas Catch by Tony Shiloh. The Christmas Catch. Okay, well, I'm assuming some holiday in there. Let's see what The Christmas Catch is about. I'm assuming this is a romance, right? A little romance in the mix. A little romance. Christmas Catch. By Tony Shiloh. Oh, it's cute. She cute. There we go. Got a little brown on the cover. Sometimes these authors they'll be deceiving you though. I've been seeing some stuff with these authors lately. Of putting things on the cover or kind of putting that ambiguity on the cover, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, look, don't try to disguise something as something else, you know? There's nothing wrong with if you don't want to put them in the book, but don't be trying to put folks on the cover and that's not what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Okay. A Christmas Catch is when two high school sweethearts unite. Will they take another chance at love or let life sideline them at Christmas? Oh, that sounds like it's going to be cute. BB, that's her name. BE. To Christmas spirit will bring them together at last or throughout the year. Okay, I like that. It's cute. Sounds like it has a really cute little premise. Well, hopefully you enjoy it and that it is all that you hope it to be. Okay. Yep. Christian fiction and romance, holiday, and African American and Black. Okay. There we go. Well, I hope that you enjoy The Christmas Catch. Okay. Extend out that holiday season. Nothing wrong with that. It's cloudier. Yeah. The cloudiness matches the ugh of the weather. The coldness, okay? It's not trying to deceive you like it's warm and it's not, you know? I hate when that used to happen to me in Jersey, right? I was sitting there. I know it's cold as hell outside, but you know, it looks like it's gonna be warm. And then it's sun shining and all that stuff. At least here, well, a lot of times when the sun is shining, it is warmer. But you know, we're going through the same cold spell out here in warm city, or no, sunny state, in the sunny state that the rest of the country is going through. So maybe not as cold, I will say that, but it's still cold enough. Okay, I feel like I'm back in New Jersey. Okay, the other day my husband was like, "We didn't move here for this." Mary says hello to Mel. Mary, which state are you in, by the way? I forgot to ask that. Let me know where you're at. Mel says, I'm reading The Mortal Affairs by Granger. 201 pages left. Okay. Well, while we're at it, why don't we go ahead and look up your book too? The Mortal Affairs. Oh no, by Granger. The Mortal Affairs Granger. The Secret World of Maggie Granger. Okay, I was thinking Maggie Granger in my head, but I'm like, is that a series? Ooh. Oh my gosh, this looks scary. That looks freaky. Okay, well, let's see what this is about. Book 4 of 4. I did not know that was a series. Are these books interconnected? Or can you read like as a standalone? Let me know. It is on KU, by the way, if you're not, reading it on KU. 513 pages. That's a big old book. That's a big and long there, okay? Strange email. I don't want to spoil it for y'all. That's why I kind of read and then I'm like, okay. Strange email from a college student pulls mythical agents. Mythical agents, okay. Hidden was the doors, memories. Vampires. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Hold up, Granger. Oh, you know what? Hold up. confusing a few things in my head. Granger is something else. Secret World of Maggie Gray, not Granger, but I'm thinking of the same book, but Gray. But Granger reminds me of a something else I ran across had Granger in it. Or maybe I'm thinking of Gray by Granger. Either way, okay. Don't listen to me, y'all. Huh. Okay. 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 This is the book right here that I remember in the cover of. Uh, but this title, The Secret World of Maggie Gray, is the title that I'm thinking of that I keep hearing, but that's not the cover that I have heard. Well, this is all very interesting. I'm scared. Some creepy covers, yo. Okay. Whoever did that artwork is amazing. Okay. A privately owned HBCU for Black mythical and magical beings and creatures. Anything can happen in this world, from murders to parties and so much more. Wow. Okay. Let me know if these can be read as a standalone. I'm intrigued. But you know, me and series, okay? That's my issue. Oh, this sounds pretty interesting. A talking quack cat named Quan. I'm looking at the first book. Okay. Okay. This sounds very interesting. Let me know if these can be read as standalones. Okay. Sounds fun. Mary said it was on clearance for 50 cents. Oh, hey, cheers. There we go. I like a good sale. 50 cents. Can't go wrong with that. Christmas romance is sweet and I would give to a young reader. Oh, yes. So Christian romances generally are clean, right? Meaning like closed door. No, do Christian romances even have like any of the do in it? You know what I'm saying? Like not even closed door, just nothing at all. Like maybe a kiss, right? Or do they even have that? Let me know. It's been a minute since I've read like a book titled Christian romance. Okay. Maggie's Ohio. Oh, okay. Cold weather. Okay. Okay. Stay warm. Okay. I know you're inside a lot, so just stay there. Stay there. I hope that you continue to recover. Okay. Indoors. It is warm. Maybe you have a nice window you can look outside of. I don't know if there's snow. But yeah. The Mortal Affairs is book 3 in the Maggie Gray series. Whew. Oh, it's book 3. Okay, I saw 4. Okay. Well, it sounds lovely. Sounds lovely and scary. I hope that you are enjoying that. Okay. Wouldn't mind having a crack at it. I don't know about them series. Maybe 2. I'm trying to get over myself in the series. Y'all know me. I'm kind of bougie about it, right? But I can take with like a duology. More than that, I get kind of nervous, you know? So I don't know. This month, I'm actually going to attempt the Blood Trials. I've heard good things about it, and it's a duology that is completed. And Annie Davenport is chef's kiss, if anything from like Blood Oath has to say about. So I'm going to give a crack at that this month. So we shall see. Ew. Oh, it is 4. Okay. Mel says book 1 to 3 you have to read in order, and you can technically read 4 anytime after 1. But I think it hits better reading after book 3 because you get many questions from the previous books answered, and it works so well. Dang, why is everybody making these things? It's like television, right? I have read some really amazing synopsis of things, and then I'm like, it's a series. I'm the same way, y'all. I'm very consistent, okay? Not only with my books in series, but also on television, okay? Just, I needed to be a standalone. Needed to be a standalone, otherwise I second guess it. Because a lot of these books are long as heck too, right? Okay, what happened to 350, whatever pages, right? These series be like 500-600 pages per. Okay, each book is like that long. There's so much. I have like FOMO, right? So messing around with the same books in the series, and there's like 4 books, 5 books. I'm like, I got other stuff that's on the list. Speaking of, I have definitely tried lately to condense my lists on my, like, I have several lists of books. Okay, we probably all do, but I take screenshots of and pictures of books that, when I come across them, that I may want to read. And so I am making a concentrated effort to try to get that list down. I have some books from when I first started BookTube, y'all. It's nuts. So what I started doing this week is I went down to the bottom of the list and I started seeing, does my library have this book? It's Black History Month. So what I did was I was like, is it by a Black author? Okay. So those books, if they fit the bill, if I really still like the synopsis, then they went on my list for this month. Okay. If they weren't by a Black author, but I still want to read it, and my library have it. Because that's the thing. I'm trying to figure out, do I have access to these books I'm taking screenshots of? So then I left it on the list, and so I'm trying to get some of these down. I was able to get rid of a few because when I first started BookTube, I was, on the bandwagon. Oh, everybody said this book is great. And then I'm like, I don't really want to read a bunch of YA. Like, it's just, YA just kind of annoys me at times. I want a little spice. Plus, sometimes the characters annoy me with like immature actions. I get it. It's YA, but sometimes I'm just like, I'm not trying to do it. So some of the books I was able to take off, just having more knowledge about some of these books, and also just the genre or the age range. Some of them I left on there. So trying to condense the list down, because I was saying this year I'm trying not to add unless a book just spills out at me, like calls my name and snatches me up and say, girl, you better read them, like them dark romances. So I figured that unless it's going to grab me like that, then I'm not adding anything new to my list until I condense down what I have pretty good, because, you're running out of data. Books are just sitting there. It's like the never ending list. And I'm just not trying to have the never ending list that I just never get to, so that's what I've been doing. So I got a few books off the list, and that's how Blood Trials, the duology that is completed, made it to the list this month. And the library had all of them, audios and e-copies of both the Blood Trials and the what's the second? What's the book? The Blood Gifts. I had both of them. So that's made it to the list. Anyway. Hello. How are you doing, Alpha? What's going? Hold up. I think you told me your name. Christine. How are you doing, Christine? Welcome. I try to remember. I had a little note. Hello, Christine. How are you doing today? What are you reading? Hello, Paula. Swinging by to love on the like button. Much appreciated. I hope you have a great day. Hope to see you around. Mel says hello to Christine. And Christine's hello to Paula. So why is this not clicking on the comments? Click. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. Hello, Swank. Happy Women's Doctors Day. Ooh, really? Okay. Women's Doctors Day. Well, I'm not celebrating them today, but I'll be going to I'm not going to the doctor today, but I will be going tomorrow early before I have to go to sleep for work. So I will celebrate tomorrow by patroning my doctor. I do have to do an what do they call them? The email respond, whatever, anyway, to my doctor today. So I will tell her happy Women's Day. Also, happy ice cream for breakfast day. Oh, I like that. I have some ice cream in there, but I think I'm gonna hold off. Maybe later, okay? But I second that, okay? That should be every day. Who's with me? Happy ice cream for breakfast day petition every day. I will do that in a cup of tea, okay? I'm all for it. Also, happy Feed the Birds Day. Oh, well, you know what? They got to eat too, so that's always good. Thank you very much for the day of the days. Much appreciated. Mary says, I think I've read an adult Christian romance. I don't think I've read an adult Christian romance. Okay. Yeah, they're not, I was going to say they're not mainstream, but that's not really what I want to say. They're just not prevalent as far as publication, promotion, that's the term, as promotion as widely as other genres out there, but for people that want like a nice clean romance, I think that they are definitely important out there. Okay, everybody deserves to read a little romance, even if they don't want to read the smutty stuff. I want to read the smutty stuff, you know what I'm saying. Mel says the Christian romance I've read have been mostly just kisses and closed door for anything. They're really sweet though. Yeah, kind of like a coziness. Yes, I get you on that one. It's nice to have that out there because there's some people that do want to read romance, but are like, oh no, I don't like all that stuff. Ice cream for breakfast. You're talking my language, Swink. Exactly. Okay. None of us, I think, will be mad at that too much. Okay. Mel says Granger has a pretty extensive catalog. She might have a standalone or two in there. Ooh, okay. I like the whole vampire at the HBCU type thing. That's pretty interesting, okay? It just reminded me of the whole cult at the HBCU with the scammer. It grabs your attention, I like something different. And the books are long, but they read pretty fast. Yeah. I don't mind a book that's long, depending on what it is. A good topic will definitely grab you. I just don't want to read like a long series, of long books in series. That just kind of annoys me. I just feel like keep revisiting the same people and characters. It just kind of irks me sometimes, with so many other things out there that, for us to read. So. Christine says, you're doing all right. How are you? I'm still at work, but once I'm finished, I'll read a bit with you guys. I'm currently reading La Puerta de los Tres Cerrojos. I've not heard of that. Spanish, right? Let's see. La Puerta de los Cerrejos. Am I saying it right? Cerrejos. Cool cover. It says Spanish edition. So what's the English version? No, they all come up as Spanish. All right, let's see. Well, it says book 1 of 5. Looks like it could be a graphic novel. Oh, it's all in Spanish. So okay, let me see if I can decipher. I can decipher sometimes. Someone's at a magical university where something lives. And it's first in a trilogy. First in a fantastic trilogy. Okay, I got some of it. Is it dark academia? I'm assuming, right? Okay, it looks. Is that why I see kids on the cover? Is that what 10 years and up? Yep. Okay. All right. So that's a middle. Is that considered middle grade? Is 10 middle grade? I don't know if that's middle grade or children's. I like how they have stuff for kids though, like that's adventurous and all that stuff. I didn't grow up with that type stuff, or if I did, I didn't know about it. So, okay. Well, I hope that you enjoy La Puerta de los Tres Cerrejos. What does Cerrejos mean? I'm sorry if I'm butchering that, by the way. I'm looking on Amazon. I probably should have just gone and just read, like typed it in general, and I could have gotten the thing. The synopsis sounds interesting, Christine. How are you liking it? Yes, let us know how are you liking it and if you're going to read the whole series. Christine says it's a book for kids, early teens. It's interesting. I'm just trying to get to 1 million words read, so I'm reading a bunch to get there. My ultimate goals to, or at least this year, is to try to get to YA or adult. Oh, okay, okay. Are you? What age are you, Christine? If you don't mind my asking. And what's your preferred genre of books? Let me know. And why a million words? I'm just curious of the goal. I've never had somebody have a goal of, hey, I want to read a million words or however many words. I don't think I've actually ever like, huh. I'm just thinking aloud of tracking that. How do you track so many questions? How do you track that? Like I know that there's the pages that like on story. I don't know if Goodreads does it. They probably do, but the Storygraph is what I use. And Storygraph has the pages read that you can utilize. So I'm curious if there's like a word tracker or whatever in that as well to, figure out how many words you have read. So that sounds very interesting. I wonder if I should do that. I'm just trying to find a timer back here. Let me see. It's cold day out here. Oh, here we go. I found something, y'all. Found something. It means a bolt, like a lock. Ooh. Okay. So like open a lock. Okay, translate the title will be The Three Lock Door. Oh, or the door with three locks. Okay. That makes sense. The kiddos are trying to unlock the doors. I get it. Okay. Well, and Dark Academia, right? Where am I right in that one? Okay, y'all. Sorry, just trying to get the timer. I realized I didn't set a timer up for us. In my mid 30s, so it's been hard to find interesting books at my levels because I'm an adult in English, but I have to work my way up to that in Spanish. Oh, okay. Hold on? Are you learning Spanish? Work my way up to that in Spanish. So, is that what you're doing? Are you learning Spanish? Are you reading books in Spanish? Read some books at my level because I'm an adult in English, but I have to work my way up to that in Spanish. Okay, yeah. So you're learning. You're trying to teach yourself Spanish. Is that what we're saying? That's an interesting way to do it too. And I didn't think about that because you know how people are trying to how people are like trying to learn another language, like what's those Duolingo and what's that real popular one? Oh my gosh, there was so many commercials about it a while back. I can't remember. Start with a B. I can't remember. Anyway, but a lot of people like use those, but actually reading a book and trying to decipher, like I did, like I read that little synopsis, on Amazon and tried to decipher what the words are. And as you're learning different words, you can then insert them, in like a conversation and how people talk, that sounds pretty interesting. I never thought about that before. I just look for the click. I'm sorry, my mouse is like doing the most over here. Okay, I'm clicking and it's not saying nothing. I just look for the word count for every book I read and add it to a spreadsheet to keep track of the counts. Ah, where do you find the word? Are these ebooks? I'm just thinking of how do you get the word count? I've never do the ebooks give you the word count? I've never thought of that before. I'm working things through in my head, by the way. Okay. Come on, you. Is there a word count? Word. Oh, come on, book. I'm just trying to see if there's a word count feature. I know there is one of those where you can. No, that's not it. I know there's the thing where you can do a control F to find certain words, but actual word counts. Word runner? What's a word runner? Oh, it's words per minute. What does that do? Didn't know. Hmm. That's interesting. So the word runner gives you words per minute. Ah, I looked at a new feature on the phone, on my thing that I've never ever used before. Now, how do I get it off? Oh no! Got it. Okay, learn something new. Okay. Where am I at on here, y'all? I got off on a tangent. I'm just curious about Christine's word and how she's counting them and stuff. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm learning Spanish. Okay. That's a good way to learn it. That is a good way to learn it, and you get to enjoy a book in the process. And I think you're doing it the right way of utilizing like younger books, because I think they simplify things a little bit easier. And I think a lot of times, sometimes it can be a little bit more repetitive in some of the words that they use. So it'll help you grasp it a little bit more. And then it's just kind of like, reading through the ages. So very good. Okay, kudos to you. I hope that you do very well with that and you're learning some good stuff. Okay. Is that like a personal type thing? Is that for school, or I'm just being nosy? It's always good to learn a new language. I could definitely stand to. I took 3 years of Spanish, and about all I can do is say hello and ask you about what day it is and food. That's about it. Oh, long ago, y'all. Other life. Mary finished. Oh, you were quick. Okay. Giving it 3.5 stars. Okay, Mary. Okay. The Christmas mat. Hold up. Christmas catch. Okay. Well, there you go. 3.5. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Okay. Any other Christmas books you're going to read? Christine says the word counts are basically estimates for different levels. They say that getting to 3 million words gets you to a good level, and there's a similar level count for hours listened to. Mm, okay, see, I learned something new. I had no idea. Okay, well, that's a good amount of words. Okay, and there's a lot of words in a lot of these books, so keep at it. I wonder what the average number of words are in, like, you may know this actually, in like a 300-page book. What's like the average amount of words we would count? I wonder if that would be a million, or if that's in like the hundreds of thousands. Curious. Any writers in the group? Let us know. Yeah, there. I'm looking forward to this one. Okay, so Mary, thank you. Winch right here. So my group read, buddy read, whatever you want to call it, channel read. Let's say channel read for February. I'm going to do a different book each month, but my channel read for February is Winch by Dolan Perkins Valdez. So if y'all are interested in reading along, um, go ahead and pick up the book. It'll be February 26th. I think at like 7:30, we'll be discussing this book. Okay. I'm one of those people that tend to, closer to the time frame of the discussion is when I pick up the book. So don't ask me about it prior to the first half of the month. Okay. But it sounds like a good read. It's posted on my community tab if you want to take a look. At the book there. Christine said, so my goal for this year is to get to 3,000 hours listening to Spanish. Ooh, okay, that ought to be interesting. You learn a lot through that. Kobo gives me the word count. Oh, okay, there we go. Kobo does. Okay. Heard a lot about Kobo, y'all. It's a book without a word count. There is a website that may have it, or you can count the words on one page and multiply by the number of pages for an estimate. Okay. I'm basically trying to simulate the way everyone learns their first language. So easier books to harder books. And that is definitely smart. That's a good idea. Okay. I think you're going about it the right way. And like I said, getting some interesting reads in the process. Personal goal, also why I currently live in Spain, so immersion reading. That's a very good reason. Very good reason. Okay. You get to be able to utilize it on a daily basis too. And you know what? Oh, you probably hear things and you can relate those to your books as well. It helps you learn it more or quicker. Christine says so these middle grades, early teen books are usually about 250 pages and about 30,000 words, and it varies. Okay. You'll be picking that up before you know it. Okay. I'm not mad at it at all, Miss Lady. Keep at it, keep at it. Learn something from me, okay? Okay, y'all. I am going to start a timer here. And on the first sprints, I am going to go and get some food. Oh, I forgot to tell you what I'm reading. So I am actually reading a food. Oh my God. See, it's already on the brain. That's because I'm hungry. I've not eaten today. I'm reading this book called Delicious Foods. It is by James Hanahan. A very interesting book, y'all. It was on my list. I just had to screenshot. So I don't know who recommended this because sometimes I'll just run across a book like on IG. You know, they have advertisement for it or something, and I'll just take a screenshot. So I can't tell you who recommended this book. Let me double check my list here to make sure. I like to give a shout out of somebody. You know, I don't have anybody that recommended it to me, but very interesting. So Delicious Foods. So it sounds really crazy, and it is, but it's definitely not about foods per se. So basically, you have this company called Delicious Foods that basically takes downtrodden people and have them work on their agricultural farm, basically picking and cultivating produce, right? And they're not letting them leave. It's almost kind of like modern day slavery. They pay them very minimal wages. They allow them to do drugs. They even give them drugs. Very interesting. So, pretty much, you have this boy who his mom is addicted to drugs, and she is working on this farm. So he goes to try to find her, and now they're both working at this farm. So, very interesting book. You know, about the choices that you make, about grief, because there's some tragic stuff that happened that led the woman to drugs. And choices. I think it's kind of a take on slave happenings back in the day, and maybe some of the atrocities that happened, and how you can relate that to some things that go on in modern day society. And it incorporates some things about like activism and the civil rights movement as well. But very, very interesting book. Very interesting book. I'm thoroughly intrigued. I didn't really know too much about it. I just put it on the list. Okay. Mary says, Courtney, I Google what is the average word count for a novel, and the answer is interesting. Oh, okay. Do tell. What is interesting about it? Let us know. Let's see. Meanwhile, get our little timer together. So I figure since it's cold outside, baby, it's cold outside, we will go ahead and do a little downhill skiing. Oh, you can't see it. There we go. All right. I was like, where did it go? Where's my... Okay, so our comments went away. There we go. All right, so we got some characters here, okay? And they're going to be skiing, because they're glutton for punishment in this cold weather, okay? So we have one is blue, two is, I'm looking at the hats, y'all. Well, do they stand out as much? Let's go based off the pants or the shirts. We'll go based off of the pants, okay? I think you can see those better. So number one is blue pants. Number two is yellow pants. Number three is green pants. And number four is gray pants. Okay. So let me know who you're going to choose. I'm going to go with number two with the yellow pants because you know they stand out. Blue top, yellow pants. I'm liking that. I'm liking the hat too. So that's where we're at. Mary says 70,000 to 100,000 words. I can believe it. I could totally believe that. So, okay. A lot of words. Oh my God. Sorry, my nose itches here. Uh, okay, so Mary is going number one for the winner. Okay. And let me see. I'm going to put this on here. Dun, dun, dun. Where is. Uh, dun, dun, dun. Let me know who your winner is. Sorry, I'm just clicking some stuff. Always something to click on. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay, sorry, had to go to another screen. Okay. So yes, 70,000 to 100,000 is not surprising there. Mary has number one, and Christina's going to go with number four. I'm going to go with number two, and number three. Number three, what's up? What's up? Watch number three wins because there's no support. It happens all the time. Okay, y'all, let's get to the skiing because my stomach is growling. Okay, y'all, happy reading. See you in an hour. And that's exactly what I knew would happen. Didn't I say three's not going to have support and they will be the winner, right? And that's exactly what happened. So, very interesting. How was that sprint for y'all? Let me know how that sprint went for y'all. What did I do on that sprint? I cut up carrots because you know your girl's got to eat. So excuse me, I cut up a bunch of carrots and then I did not eat. I ate a few carrots, but that's not breakfast. So I'm gonna do that on the next sprint. But I spent a lot of time in the morning pirates sprint. That is Alicia and Kelly, but Kelly's out. So Alicia and Paula is on there now. So I spent a bit of time there and good conversations about the state of the world, you know, the chaos that it is. So we did that, and I cut up carrots so I can cook them for dinner tonight because you know your girl's hungry. And then I made another cup of tea, which I am eating now. Can't say I'm a big fan of this tea. I will say that. Um, what else did I do? I got breakfast. It's on the counter. I just didn't get a chance to eat it. So did that, and I feel like I should have done more. Did I just mostly cut up carrots? I mean, I organized some stuff in the house. But other than that, that was my spread. Oh, I did listen to a bit of my audiobook for delicious foods. Don't want those foods. But I did listen to some of that on the sprint. And so that was my sprint. So it went quick. That was a very quick hour for things. It's funny how like you get involved in like one thing or so, and then it just dictates like everything that you do for that sprint, and it just takes a bunch of time. But that's what happened. So, anywho, that's the yacht. um, let's see. Hello, Paige Jen, right? Hi, Courtney and chat. I'll be in and out, but wanted to pop in and say hi. I'll keep you running for watch time and say hi as I can between meetings and hope everyone is well. Thank you very much. I hope all goes well and that you have a good, quick day. Okay, because I know those meetings can be mundane. Fella Faithful says hello, popping in. Y'all, sorry, I can't get comfortable here. Trying to organize this room here a little bit. Popping in to say hi and tickle like a button, lurking via the TV. So no child. Well, thank you very much for coming by. Much appreciated. I was doing that with Sprint yesterday at work. I had something on my Kindle, but I couldn't like do anything. It was just a busy day last night. We won't go into it. It was chaos, especially towards the end of the shift. I hope all is well with you, Courtney and Chad. Yes, Chad. How was everything? How are y'all doing? Are y'all staying warm? Are you reading good books? Let us know. Let us know. I'm staying warm, you know, doing my thing, staying warm, got on my fleece. Unfortunately, I have to run out later. I'm trying to figure out how I can possibly maybe put it off. I'm going out. Oh, we shall see. But here is what I am reading in case y'all weren't here earlier. It's called Delicious Foods. Very interesting novel. It is not as lighthearted as it may sound here. Okay, so don't think that. But very, very good book. Okay. Hello, Chris. How are you doing? Hope everyone is enjoying their day in sprints. Awesome. Thank you very much. What are you up to today? Are you gaming? Chris does a lot of on-stream gaming where you can kind of help him customize. So if y'all are interested, very fun time. Hello, Luna. How are you doing? Woke up and had dinner and hold up, dinner at 3 a.m. because I fell asleep. I think I said Kiani, right? I think I said it wrong. I'm always trying to say Luna. Click, 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 click. There we go. Oh, this thing is messed up. Okay. Anyway, let me know what you had for dinner. Jen says, I got a new thumbnail made. Awesome. StreamYard is acting glitchy, y'all. Okay, bear with me here. I think it's corrected. Okay, I got a new thumbnail made, scheduled sprints, joined the webinar, getting ready to start some work with Miss Sprints. And I hope everyone had a great sprint. Oh, you are busy. Okay, productive. Put it there. I like a good productive morning, okay? It makes you feel good. I try to do most of what I need to do around the house by 3 p.m. For some reason, that's like that stopping point for me where everything gets done. And that way I can at least have a few hours before my husband gets off work where I can just like sit and relax. Okay. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I just feel like the day just kind of gets away. And now since that I work night shift, I tend to get up a little later, but I'm trying to keep that same till 3 p.m. type thing, and then after that is my time. But it's hard because time frame tends to, you have less time if you get up later. But it also means that maybe I'm doing. Oh, I hope y'all can see me. Let me know if you can see and hear me. I had a note saying connection lost, but then it looks like it returned. So let me know if I'm talking to myself. Okay. Kiana says, I had satay chicken. Ooh, that sounds good. Yum, yum, yum. Like that sauce. And some rice. Okay, I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to have with my meal. I had some carrots. So I peeled all of the carrots and cut them up. That's what took forever. An entire big bag, like 2-pound bag of carrots. So that's what I did. But what I'm going to put with those is a whole nother question. Okay, I'm back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looked, I got a brief little, hey, connection lost. And then as soon as I was about to open my mouth, it came back. So I didn't know what happened. Thank y'all. But I don't know what I'm going to do with the carrots. I just need to use them. I have a trip planned for next week, so sprints will not be happening next week. Okay, I'll be posting some videos probably, but no sprints. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, so I'm trying to use up some food and produce I have in my house because I don't want it to go bad while I'm gone. So that's what the carrots are for. So we'll see what I need to put with them. Probably need to look in the freezer and check out some stuff. And I work the next few days, so got to figure out what's good to take to work too. So that'll be on the next sprint in addition to the breakfast that I did not eat before. So now I guess it's brunch time. Okay, y'all are ready to get to the next sprint. I'm going to continue listening to my audiobook while I'm roaming around the kitchen trying to figure out some stuff. Okay. Okay, and we got this one here, y'all. Speaking of food, right? Speaking of food. And there we go. We got a food race. We gotta love some food. Okay. So we have, what we got? We got some pizza. No, that's a pie. We have a hot dog. We got a burger and a bucket of chicken. Okay. I'm gonna get the protein. So I'm gonna hook the bucket of chicken. That's a no-brainer for me right there. Let me know what y'all are gonna choose. Who do you want to win? Do you want that nice pie? What type of pie is that? Let me see. I don't know. Let's call that cherry pie. It looks like it could be cherry pie. You want cherry pie? You want a bland hot dog? They didn't even put anything else on it. Or maybe that's a pig in a blanket. You know what? I don't even think that's a hot dog. That might be a pig in a blanket. Unless, it's one of them jumbo wiener hot dogs and they put it, the backside. But I'm going to say that's a pig in a blanket. What do y'all think? And then it's a nice burger. The burgers don't look like that when you get them from the store. And then, there's a KFC bucket. I remember that back in the day when they used to give you the big bucket. Do they do that anymore? Last time I went to KFC, I had a box. It wasn't a bucket. It was like one of them cardboard square boxes. I wonder if they give you the buckets with them, you order 10 pieces or whatever they got. If they give you a nice big bucket. The chicken looks fire. I'm choosing that. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, yum, yum, yum. I've been trying to center more with Boot Camp Readathon, which was the 1st through the 15th of January. If y'all didn't participate, then we have next year, okay? But it's done for this year. But keep some of those good habits, okay? I centered a lot more on protein than carbs, and I definitely saw a difference. I've also seen a difference since now I'm eating more carbs. I can definitely tell where a lot of my, weight stuff comes from with them carbs there. So I'm trying to keep those in check a little bit, and I don't do all my nice work, because I was on real restrictions that I didn't plan to keep, but, I wanted to try out, But anyway, protein is a big thing. So that's what I've been trying to center more on of when I eat things, especially in the morning. So yeah, chicken's where it's at. But you gotta love some chicken. I do a lot of air fried chicken in my house. So not necessarily fried because I don't bread it or add oils. I do like dipping sauces and stuff later and season them, but no, I don't bread it and I don't add any oils to it. I just kind of crisp it as is. I had some Church's chicken. Was it last week? Yeah, I think it was last week. I haven't had Church's chicken in a long time, and it was so good. So good. So good. I eat way too much of it when I do get it. Anyway, Mel is choosing the chicken. Kiani is going to go with that burger. Okay. In Australia, you can get a bucket if you order from the chicken bucket menu. Ooh. Okay. I didn't know there was like a specific menu type thing. I think generally in the past, I think it's just if you order like a large enough size or whatever, like meals, they come in the bucket. I remember back in the day when we would order things like you could get the chicken and they would even put like the little sides, in the containers if they fit in the bucket too, but I haven't seen that bucket in years. I assume they did away with it, but who doesn't love a bucket of chicken? Okay. Gotta love it. They're massive and expensive. Definitely shared meals. Yeah. Generally, when you get a bucket, it's a big shared meal. It's not like an individual. Or you can always get that. Like my mom always said that when you go out, this is more for grocery stores. But she would say, like, if you're buying meat, always buy the family packs because they're cheaper and you can always separate them. You don't have to eat it all at one time, separate it and freeze some stuff. So, you could do that with these KFC, whatever, big buckets. If you want some chicken, if it's a better value, just buy the big old thing and, save some for later. Or you can eat on it a few days, You got options. Okay, so thus far we have the burger and we have this bucket of chicken. So we don't have anybody for the pig in a blanket / hot dog or for this delicious looking cherry pie. I'm not a fan of cherry either. Or y'all, let me know if y'all like cherry. I'm not a big fan of cherry. Never have been, especially cherry pie. I mean, I'll eat it if there's nothing available because dessert's dessert. However, I won't buy it. I'm not going to order it, that type thing, But I can get down with this pig in a blanket and this chicken. When it comes to burgers, I don't do like beef burgers. I'll do like a turkey or a chicken or a veggie burger. So good. So good. See, now you're making me hungry. Okay, let's go to this spread so we can eat. Make sure y'all hydrate. Get yourself a little snack. Keep that blood sugar up and keep your some energy. Make sure you do all of that stuff. Okay. Faithful wants some chicken too. Look at us. All of us want some chicken. Okay. You like cherry. Okay, Kiani. I'm not knocking it, but if I had to choose a pie, I'm about to go with the peach cobbler. You can't go wrong with the peach cobbler, okay? And a pecan pie. But I'll tell I that's close with those two. But if I had to, ooh, that's close. Oh my gosh, if I had to, I don't know. Maybe that cobbler. We'll see. Fried chicken. There we go. There we go. There we go. This is Luna. How are you? Hopefully you are doing well. I know you're having some health issues for a while, so I haven't heard you say anything bad about this. I'm assuming it's been on the up and up. Okay, so let us know how you're doing. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to this sprint. Okay, happy reading. Get some food and hydration. And there's the burger. Burger. So we have people in the house that have won. Hmm. Uh, let's see. Who was the winner? I'm sorry, still chewing. I finally got to eat. I didn't realize how hungry I was. Um, Kiani chose the burger. Okay, there we go. I put my banner up back there, but it's too small. Let me see if y'all can see it. Oops. I have to knock the shelf over. There it goes. It says Black History, honoring the past, inspiring the future. But it's smaller than I had expected when I ordered it online. So not happy about that, but you know, it is what it is. So not gonna return it. I could probably put it down a little bit more there. So anyway, that was the Sprint, the burger one. Faithful was asking about Kiani and how's Kiani doing. Oh, Faithful likes cherry pie, but would definitely choose peach cobbler first. Yes, definitely. I would even choose peach cobbler without the even without the ice cream and all, which it's so good with ice cream. I was going to say I'm not a fan of vanilla, but it's not true. I like vanilla ice cream. I just think it's plain and there's so many other ice creams out there. But I do think that peach cobbler goes very well. Actually, most pies go very well with a vanilla ice cream. Just plain by itself. No need to get fancy up in there. I do think I need to bring my banner down a little bit. I didn't think it would be that high. I might have to do that a little bit more. I like the idea you can see the tree and the thing, but I think it needs to be down a little bit more. Vanessa is waving. How you doing? Kiana says the faith, I'm healing a little more every day. Hey, you got to take each day as it comes, okay? That's just how it is, okay? What do they say? How do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? There you go. Hello, Atia. How are you doing? Sipping some coffee, sip, and reading The Storm Runner by J.C. Cervantes. Ooh, I've never heard of The Storm. Oh, I put my phone in the other room. Well, I hope you are enjoying The Storm Runner. You want to tell us a little bit what it's about? Chatty, how are you doing, Miss Lady? How are you? What time is it where you're at? You're at your son's jujitsu class. Oh, teaching them some moves. Okay. And your lesson planning, but wanted to show you some love, Courtney. I'm currently reading Parable of the Sower. We got some Octavia Butler in the house. Okay. I love it, but I'm also scared. Why are you scared? Is it the state of the world and how it's potentially could be in that dystopian society? Yeah, it's all right to be scared. Very adequate. I read Parable of the Sower, but as a graphic novel, and it was pretty good. You know, I like Octavia Butler's writing. I feel like with her writing, it's about the journey, not about like the end result with it. And, you know, I'm more of an end result type person. But you could definitely see the talent in there. But that's one of those books that I think I am glad I read the graphic in. I think, I don't know. I feel like it might have been a little bit too slow for me if I would have read like the regular like book there. But I only read that one. I didn't do the talents, the second one in there. So well, hopefully you're enjoying that book. Okay. Hello, Miss Dee Dee. How you doing? No, chicken did not win. The winner was the burger, the big juicy burger that doesn't really exist in real life. That was the winner. Hello, Ren. How are you doing today? Welcome. You're starting Broken Faith today, hoping to get all of my read along books out of the way early in the month. That's the way to do it if you aren't like if y'all are like have certain dates that you got to read it by. It's good to just kind of get the if you have a few of them, you know what I'm saying, it's good to get them out of the way. If you have a whole bunch of other stuff that you really want to concentrate on, I'm one of those people to where I read, like if it's a buddy read and you just have to read the book by a certain date, and it's not like, hey, read 10 pages here, read 20 chapters by this day. That's different. Those I'm really not good at, because unless it's like a nonfiction where you have like if you have nonfiction that's, like different subjects by chapter, that's it. That's heavy. I think that would be really good. But other than that, I'm one of those people to where it's like, I'm just going to breeze through. So that's kind of hard for me to actually do by a certain, like front load them all and then, read whatever later. I have to have like, here's the date we're going to talk about it. Okay. And I'm going to start it like a few days prior versus get it done early in the month, But hopefully all those books turn out well. Vanessa said, hello to Chatty. That parable of the sower is so good and yes, so scary, mainly because it basically told us where we are going. Facts. Okay. Facts. It's very, very scary. Okay. Oh, man. Hey, Miss Kiana, how are you doing? Stuck at work. You gotta love that, right? Well, if it makes you feel any better, I was at work yesterday and I'm running on an hour of sleep since I came in. But that's better than nothing. I got to work the next 2 days, if that helps too. Chaos, y'all. Chaos. Well, hopefully work goes quickly. Stay warm. I know you're in California, so it's a little warmer than some other parts of the country, but I'm in Florida and we woke up with frost and it's freezing. So I'm assuming California is not that great either. So watch out. Atia's in 70%. Awesome. Okay, you're getting it. You're going. Christine got to 9% from 8%. I mean, it's you're in there. It's a start. You gotta go for each small iteration. Okay. Oh, hold up, I'm gonna find a timer real quick here, y'all. What is this one? All right, found a timer. We're gonna do we have 2:45-ish minutes left, y'all. Okay. Just so y'all know. Okay, sorry. Let's see. Christine says, I worked most of that sprint. Hey, somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it. Okay. I ate and I actually cooked shrimp and I cooked shrimp and spinach, but I had to like wash the spinach, chop it up, all of that good stuff. It's crazy how this big vat of spinach becomes this small little thing really quickly. It's like it's overflowing a pot and then within 10 seconds it shrinks. Like, where'd the spinach go? It's crazy. But I did that and then I ate. That's what I was chewing on when the sprint came back. And then I took out food for the next 2 days. So one I'm defrosting now, will be cooking for dinner later. And the other one should defrost by tomorrow. And that could be cooked tomorrow or the day after. So we shall see. Mel filmed a video and a short during that sprint. Good job. Okay, lady, that's cool. What about that editing? You got to do that? Oh, y'all, I'm trying my best not to edit so much. Okay, I started this new series on my channel that I think I'm going to squash already because I'm just not trying to be doing all the editing. So we shall see about that one. But yeah, trying to get that whole editing thing from not being such a chore. I just don't have the time anymore for all of that madness, y'all. Well, I commend y'all that do all the cool, groovy, graphics and all that stuff. I commend you. I don't have the time. I guess if I was being paid, maybe I could make the time, but yeah, I definitely don't get any money, so I can't do it. Just trying to condense, but I do like the end outcome when it comes to editing videos. Like it's nothing like taking this raw piece, especially if you mess up a lot, and then condense it to this format that you like. Well, really nice. Sorry, I got something on my lip. I missed over this one. Vanessa said, I like that the tree of knowledge is growing out of your head. Yeah, I know. I think I need to bring it down more, though. Maybe it can be growing a little bit more. And then maybe at sprints, since I tend to walk around during sprints, I can move the chair, then y'all can see that. But, as you can see, it's short, like lengthwise and height wise. I'm like, okay. I thought I looked at the dimensions right, but I like tapestries. So I was like, but yeah, it's a little short, but I'll fix it. Maybe not this sprint. We'll see. The Stormrunner is a middle grade fantasy based off Mayan mythology. Ooh, that ought to be fun. I have an adult fantasy in my Kindle based off some Mayan mythology that looks interesting too. Okay. Are you a big fan of middle grade? If you are, Chatty, the mad chatterer who was in the chat earlier, is like a huge middle grade person. Okay, huge. All the pretty books. If you look at her shelf, they're all pretty, beautiful, looking like special editions. Just, I'm not into middle grade really, but I love seeing all those books. But if you're into middle grade, she is a huge fan and has a huge collection. Okay. Ren says, for Broken Fae, we have the whole month to read it, but tomorrow I'm starting Outdrawn by Deanna Gray with Paula and Chantel for the book club. And that one is a couple of chapters per week. Oh, okay. How big is that book for Outdrawn? I can see if it's a huge, massive, then I can see taking a few chapters a week. Sometimes I get absorbed in a book. Like, how you have a book that's just like, ooh, this is a good, just a good synopsis, good plot. Just, I just be like, and then you get bored, or you get on an audio. Like, let's say even audio. Audio is the worst if you're trying to pace yourself. Okay. If you are trying to pace yourself so that, you can read along with other people in just a few chapters or whatever, you got to really be careful with audio, because audio will make you be like, dang, I already went like a few chapters over, you can really be going through. However, if you have a lot of books, that's a great way to pace yourself too. If you're in the middle of like a few books, I'm not a multi-book reader. Not to say that I have not, but in general, I'm not. So if it comes to that, then, you can kind of pace yourself because you have other things to go to. But I like to kind of be one and done, Tia says, Outdrawn is so good. Okay. I keep thinking to pick up my phone and look it up, and I don't have. Oh, let me look it on my Kindle. I was trying not to get off my page on my Kindle that I had here, but y'all have convinced me to go ahead and look this up. So, Outdrawn. A sapphic rivals to lovers romance. Okay. I think I have seen this posted on the was it community tab or something from Paula's? I like the cover. Very cute. Very cute. 328 pages. A webcomic. Uh-oh. They're rivaling over webcomic and movie deals. Uh-oh. They say you have to work as a team or appear to work as a team. And you know what? What I like about this book, right, is I don't think you can even see that, but you see that last sentence down there? Anyway, I'll read it. It says, Aldron is a slow burn, rivals to lovers, sapphic romance. This book is a standalone. It states it. I like that. It sucks that I value that so much because most of the time you read a book, and if it's part of a series, normally it would state that. However, our recent reading book author publisher climate has been duping us quite often and does not tell you that, so especially with those fantasy books. So you might not know that is part of a series. So I like when it states that, but it sucks that they have to because so many books are not these days. Plus, when there's cliffhangers. Now, this one doesn't state it. It says it's a standalone, so you already know there's no cliffhanger, right? However, it really irritates when you have something that's part of a series that it doesn't say, hey, it's a cliffhanger. Now, if it doesn't tell you it's part of a series and a cliffhanger, it's like, what in the world? Yep, so nuts. Join the discussions. Awesome. See, it's always good when you read the book already. You'd be like, yep, I've been there. Ren says, Mel, have you read your E.B. Boy chapter for Meet Cute yet? Was it as good as you hope? Man, everybody's in these group reads. Okay, yeah, let me know. Have you read your chapters? Mel said, nope. I'm going to read it during the next sprint and can't wait. Get them pages in, girl. I'm super excited for Aldron. I've read Sunny Disposition and Team Players by Deanna already and love them both. Awesome. She seems very popular. Edited the short, uploading it. Have to edit the video tonight. Yeah, it'd be nice if they're all easy edits. You can do it. Just got to tune out the kids, okay? Love middle grade. Okay, well, there you go. Definitely join Chatty's channel. Fun time. Ren says, Aldron is 43 pages. Looks pretty big. It's just the thing. When you have like romance and that long, I'm like, why is it so long? Vanessa says, I'm going to be working on my urban fantasy witch marks during the next sprint. Get some good words in, good positive vibes and words, okay? All right, so we're going to get to this next sprint so you can go ahead and start getting your words in, okay? We don't want to disrupt progress at all. So, what happened? Uh-oh. What? Oh, okay. Whew. I was like, what in the world happened? So here we go. We have this heart race. I ran out of winter timers, y'all. Okay. My little timer race thing only had a certain number of winter things. So we're going to go to love because it is love month, right? All the feels. What sucks is that they didn't have any Black History timers. I'm going to have to look up that again. But they didn't have any of those. But we do have these crazy hearts waving to you. So we got yellow, green. Oh, y'all, look at this. Oh, no, they trying to be fancy. They got 5. You have 5 options, not 4. I think this is the first time that I've ever seen something other than 4. So we got yellow, green, light blue, red, and purple. Oh, they tripping, y'all, because purple's my favorite color. But look at the bow on blue and red. And red hearts, Valentine's Day. Oh, man, they tripping now. You know what I'm gonna do though? I'm gonna do something nuts. We're gonna go wacky, wild, crazy up in here, and I'm gonna choose the blue. See what happens. It just seems so cliche. Red's gonna win, but you never know. So I'm gonna go for that light blue girly. I'm assuming girly. I don't know. Let's just say heart. So number 3. Although they're not numbers, so just go by colors. So I'm going to go with the blue. Oh, and she got lashes too. Oh, man. Look at that. Oh, you got some lashes. You go ahead with your bad self. Okay. Not mad at that at all. Mel's going to go with the light blue as well. Okay. I knew I liked you. Atia's rooting for the periwinkle heart. Okay. I'm not hating on the heart, but why don't they give the heart a bow and some lashes? I mean, come on now. We trying to dress it up. It's Valentine's Day. You're not trying to be basic B. This is Valentine's Day. You gotta put some lashes, put some gloss on it. You know what I'm saying? I think that they went foul on this one, y'all. They just made you go to the blue and the red. But watch they have one of the other ones win. We'll see. We'll see what's up. Okay. Yep. Red, blue heart there. And Vanessa's going to go with the red. Okay. So we got the blue, the red, and the purple. Okay. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up, y'all. Okay. Rooting for it. Rooting for it. All right. Happy reading. I just have to interject. Look at them lips, y'all. And there's the purple. Well, I'm not. About my mouse. I'm not completely butthurt because I do indeed like purple, and it won. But, but that's not the one that I chose. So there we go. Purple it is. How was that sprint? Let me know how your sprint was. I was doing that diamond painting while listening to my book. I haven't made much progress, I would say, in this diamond painting in the last few weeks because I just haven't been doing it. So I think when did I start this one? In the January, I think. It was in the I'm sorry, December. Might have been early January. But anyway, I've been working on this one a while. So I'm working on this little corner here and I've got these left. But like I said, I haven't been doing much to my pamper here because I've just been busy. So that's that. But I was listening to my book, Delicious Foods, while doing that. Oh, for that one. Well, let's say it is freezing in this room, which is the reason I leave it, by the way. Let's see, where are we at in the comments? Where am I coming out? Just trying to find where I was at. Okay, so we had the Atia was the one that picked the purple / periwinkle heart, and she won there. Okay, good job. Vanessa said the eyes are a little concerning. They look super creepy. Those hearts were a little creepy. I will say that. I totally concur with you on them looking a little sketch, but that's okay. It's okay. That's the Valentine's Day ones they had. So gotta pick something. Let me go ahead and pick one more race here. We're gonna do one more 45, y'all. I'm just setting this up here. Give me one more. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay. All right. So yes, they are a bit creepy, but I like the lips on them. That was really interesting. Lipstick and bows made them lady hearts. Oh, I didn't think of that. You know what? You could be right. Yes. So maybe that blue and the red were the ladies and the gents, or whatever. If they subscribe to the two gender things, then that was what that was. But still, I like the lashes and stuff. The lips were big too. Aaliyah says, I'm always rooting for any one woman, guys. So I'll be content if red wins. Yeah, there you go. Blue heart to win. Yeah, that was purple. Alicia says, hello, Courtney. How you doing, lady? We'll be lurking and listening. I'm working on some spinner wheel tasks. Gotta get her done. Vanessa says, hello to Alicia. Yeah, I like the diamond painting. I'm hoping to be done this month. Hoping to be done sooner than later. So I'm going to try to give it my all in the next few days. Well, actually, I'm working and then I'm going out of town. So probably won't be done by the time I leave. We shall see. And Vanessa said, I did a little editing of what I'd written before and then got 468 new words and witch marks. Good job. Keep at it. Okay, keep at it. It's pretty. I need to get mine out and finish it. Yeah. See, this is one of those, 30 by 40. And I have quite a number of these left. Maybe 12, maybe? I don't know. Maybe less than that. But my goal is to finish all of these. This is just on my light board. And then once I get done with these, then I want to get like a huge poster. I think, Alicia, you have a huge poster. I want to get a huge poster like that I can work on like a long time. Like I got a lot of these for free and stuff. So I haven't gotten any big posters for free. So I'm definitely going to finish all of these first and then buy a huge poster that'll take me a long period of time. So that's the plan. Alicia says hello to Vanessa. Mel said, finish the third story in the Meet Cute Advent, 4 stars. Good job. Okay, getting the books finished. I like it. I love how the main character was firm in her own confidence as a tall Black queen. Got to be firm in that. I feel like the more you stand out, the more confident that you need to be in who you are. And I think that's very interesting because people like to pick at the others, at the differences. Okay. You see that in society, right? People like to pick at the differences. So you have to basically own who you are to not make you a target, you know? So definitely important there. I want to show you my headband though, by the way, I forgot. So this is, I mean, it's just cute, but you know, it could be Valentine's Day theme. You got the little, where's my finger? Like the sweet tarts right there and the little rhinestones. Isn't that cute? I wore this to work the other day, and man, I did not realize it would be such a hit. I got so many compliments. I was just shocked. I was like, man, very interesting, but cute headband, by the way. Cute. Mm-mm-mm. I like it. um, it's so pretty. I need to get mine out and finish it. Okay, that's the diamond painting. Where am I at? Where'd that go? My current diamond painting is like 22 inches by 28 inches. Ooh, yeah, nice and big. I like that. I need to get some work done on that. I've only done one little piece of the yeah, you got to lay it out and get it done. So the thing is, so I like this light board that it fits my entire diamond painting here, you know? And that's the thing, when you have a big poster, you know, unless you have a workshop, which I have seen like those professional diamond paintings, you know, look at that channel is totally dedicated to diamond painting community. But those people that like really do it and are really into it and stuff that get paid for it, they have like a huge like drafting table, like, you know, for artists and all, where they have these huge posters that fit on an entire drafting table. Light board type thing. But obviously you're not carrying that around. Well, I'm not going to I don't sit in one location and do diamond painting. I do it all over the place. So I do like this size for this board because it fits. I clip it. I can carry it around. When it comes to like getting a poster, that's the thing. It's not going to fit like that. I kind of wish the posters were like modular where you can kind of break them apart and easily put them back together so that I could be able to utilize this like and carry it around. But pretty much I'll just have to be careful once I get the poster. I'll be careful because I can only fit one section at a time. And of course you don't want to ruin what you already have done. So just adds one more element. But this light board has been a savior. That and my little glasses have been the best thing for diamond painting ever. I love it. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So before we get too far, we have one more sprint. I want to do on this day. I haven't done this book in a while. Okay. Speaking of on this day, I said this a few times, but I will not be here next Tuesday. I'm going on a trippy trip that I am so much deserved, y'all. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait. It's like a family's coming. Hit up the beach. I have not had like a legit vacation in well over a year. Okay. I feel like I've been doing nothing but work. And I'm looking forward to like just getting out of town. Like I've only been out of town really once since I've like in the last year, actually probably more than that, with the exception of my moving here. So definitely looking forward to that. So don't expect, I'll post something, but you know, next Tuesday will not be here, but we will be here after. What is today? Today is the 3rd. Why am I looking in January? Okay, y'all. February 3rd, on this day in history. On this day in history, in 1995, U.S. astronaut Eileen Collins became the first female space shuttle pilot when she flew the Discovery close to Russia's Mir space station. The mission lasted 8 days. First woman to pilot a space shuttle, 1985. In 1931, there was an earthquake in Hawke Bay in New Zealand, the worst natural disaster in New Zealand's history. It shook the east coast of the North Island, killing 258 people. So sad. Mother Nature is a beautiful thing, but can be very destructive, y'all. So just be careful. In 1982, the Russian heavy transport helicopter Mil-26, piloted by a crew of two, lifted a massive 123,156 pounds of a height. Hold up. Yeah, lifted a mass of that up to a height of 6,500 feet in Moscow. This was the heaviest load ever lifted by a helicopter. I want to know what the load is. What weighs 126,000 pounds? They did not say. Also on this day, interesting. On this day, the 15th Amendment giving Black men the right to vote. I know a lot of people think the 15th Amendment granted the right to vote to Black people, but it was men. Remember, many laws back in the day, they catered to whites and men, specifically men of whatever it was. Okay, so there's that, but that's 1870. Now that was the law, an amendment in place. The enforcements and being able to do so safely is a whole nother ball game. Okay. 1966, U.S. Soviet Union's Luna 9 touched down on the moon. It was the first spacecraft to survive landing on the lunar surface. Oh, that's interesting. February 3rd was the first time a spacecraft landed on the moon in 1966. Okay, there we go. So you know what? For those of y'all that believe the United States was the first country on the moon, no. 1972 was the deadliest blizzard in recorded history in Iran. It killed 4,000 people and destroyed 200 villages. Wow, that's interesting. See, in my little ignorance here, I always think of Iran as being warm, just images on television. So goes to prove no. And who was born this day? 1970, Warwick Davis, who's a British actor. I've never heard of him. Apparently, he was in some of the Star Wars films. He had a rare dwarfism, and co-founded the Little People UK charity. I think I have heard of Little People UK. I don't know this person though. Anybody know who Warwick Davis is? British actor. And Gideon Mantell, who's a British paleontologist, reconstructed a fossil he believed belonged to a iguanodon in 1790. So that's this day in history. You had a deadly earthquake in New Zealand. You had 15th Amendment granting Black men the right to vote in 1870. You have a heavy lifting helicopter, a horrible, deadly blizzard. You have Russia landing on the moon. You have a female piloting a space shuttle. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's this day in history, y'all. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's see where we're at before we get to the last sprint. But as I said, sounds fun. I hope you have the best time. I hope so too. I definitely need it. I just want to sit around and drink and eat. Although I already mapped out some of these little classes that they have there that'll just be fun. I don't know much about yoga or Pilates, but it sounds like fun to just go and stretch and just, hang around. Glenda says, hello, Courtney. How are you doing, Miss Glenda? Happy Black History Month. We're about to get to the last sprint. Women didn't get the vote until 1920. Exactly. And even then, Black women had an even harder time because the suffragist movement also had racist elements. That is so true. I tried to explain that to a coworker a few years ago. She was, older. I think, how old is she? 59, I think. But, older lady, white America, very solidly middle class growing up. So there's a lot of elements in society that, I might not have been around for some of those things, but I know about them. People I know lived it. My mom lived these things. And I tried to explain to her about things like Black codes and about, what is it called? Not redlining district, where Black people weren't allowed to move to certain neighborhoods and white flight and all that stuff. Same thing with, you have the suffragist movement. Yes. And while Black women did fight for that, they weren't really included in it, She didn't want to hear any of that stuff. She was like, "Oh, those things, that's sad. Those things don't exist." I'm like, "Okay, well, you need to tell the history books." But very interesting, yes. Same thing with, people trying to go out in picket lines and trying to vote, and being thrown out of the lines, and homes being burned because they're attempting to enroll people, like you have the right to vote and you're trying to register, but people didn't want that to happen. Just horrible things, y'all. Horrible things, horrible things, horrible things. Vanessa said hello to Glenda, 56 older side. I don't mean any offense by that, but we're older. Hey, I'm up there too, Ben. Okay, maybe not as much as that, but definitely up there. But I'm just saying that, some of these things we live, it's life, it's history. History, it's only history when it's in the past, but you're living it. The times we're living in now is history. Will be written about. I would like to think the times we're living now in truth will be written in history books. The way things are going of kind of whitewashing, or I don't know, I would call that the term, of just being selective about what's being taught. To me, I'm curious if the times we're living in now will be in history books in its truthfulness versus kind of glossed over. Like when I was in high school, we were taught. I mean, I'm a Black person, grew up in a Black family that went through strife. I heard about that. Like those are things I grew up at an early age knowing about. Like those are things I needed to know about. Being able to watch out for yourself and how people view you is something that I learned starting in elementary by seeing how I was treated different, but also, being taught by family and stuff like that, right? But the history books, when we were taught about slavery, was like, it was like kids and stuff like picking cotton, like they were happy to do it. Like that was what I was taught in school. I don't even know what they're being taught now. I mean, at least they were honest to say, hey, these are bad things. Like it was glossed over. I think I learned probably a whole lot more from television of the realities, of reading up on my own out of curiosity and expanding from what was taught in school, and television and stuff and families. But school at least said, hey, there was this bad stuff that happened, atrocity, like, it was the honest about. But I speak to kids nowadays and they like, I don't know what they're being taught. I really don't. I really don't. When someone tells you, hey, I don't think it was that bad back then, going back to a society like that would be good for the nation. I don't know what they're being taught. I don't know what they're being taught. So when people say let things go, whenever you hear people that say stuff like that, is why we will never let things go, and you should not let things go. So we will just always continue to have problems, and that's just the way it's going to be. So and that's just for one group of people. There's other groups of people as well too, Redlining. Okay, you're right. Thank you. Okay, I wasn't confident in the terminology. Redlining. Yes, mortgage companies not approving Black loans in certain neighborhoods. Exactly. And then, God forbid, you got into the neighborhood somehow. Holy hell. There's movies about that. Vanessa said the suffragist movement actually split it in half because of racism. Not surprising. Happy to have made it to 56. And I think it is a blessing every day we have on this earth. Okay. We all get there at some point. Okay. So many people in my life did make it. Exactly. We're watching on all levels. There we go. Tell it like it is. Even though I live through even things I lived through are being changed historically. The Gen X label is a perfect example. I get the Gen X, millennial, I get all of that stuff so confused, y'all. I was just not sticking in my brain. I guess, I don't know. I'm not big into labels. That's probably why. Vanessa says, when I was in my mid-20s, the high schoolers were labeled Gen X. I was not part of Gen X. I'm part of what's called the lost generation. It's stuff from our childhood that's labeled as Gen X. Interesting. See, it's all about how people choose to label. The original Gen X people younger than me were already not allowed to run rampant in their neighborhood like we were. Yeah, you got to watch out for that. Okay, I'll stop my soapbox now, but I'll die on this hill. You know what? You got to stand for something, so I'm not opposed to it. Okay, and I think education is always good. Okay, speak your truth, in whatever form you need to. I remember times in the past where I did not speak my truth, like as me in many in situations where I had the opportunity to speak up. I felt like I had not in the past. And I've also had opportunities to speak up where I think I did not have the right words and maybe fumbled, which I don't always have the right words, but I think I have better wording now than I've had in the past. And truthfully, I will definitely say I blame social media in a good way for giving me the speech through emulating, that I may not had in the past in order to describe something that I probably could today. And I'm still learning and how to describe things, but I do feel bad about some situations that I did not speak up out of fear, out of wanting to make other people comfortable. Like other people made me uncomfortable, but I was more concerned with making them comfortable than not speaking my truth. I won't make that same mistake. Okay. So yeah. Like I don't necessarily have to harp on something so much, but at the same time, it's like if someone's going to speak their truth, I think I'm entitled to speak mine. And like I have a coworker that she was talking to me one day about, and this wasn't a situation that had to do with me. It was something that happened before I even got there. But she was talking about how she was speaking to another Black girl, and I guess the girl's white, the girl's Black. And she was talking about how the girl was talking about, oh, there you go with the white woman tears. And I was sitting there like, she was defending, I'm not trying to cry for attention. And I was like, you're not necessarily seeing that you're crying for attention, but I've seen that a few times in my past of the tears that come out and then the whole deflection for what we were talking about. So it's like now I don't have a leg to stand on because everybody's attention is because you're upset because you feel offended. To me, if something's not about you, then why are you taking that offense and now you're crying? To me, it's something in your psyche that's making you feel resentful or making you feel guilty. That's not really my fault. Because I could definitely take on the plight of plenty of people that have done bad things, but I don't feel like I represent my entire race. So I'm not sitting there crying about that. I think people do good and bad things of all different demographics, but I'm not going to sit there and deflect. But also at the same time, if I sit there and start crying, people don't stop what they're doing to friggin' coddle me. So I'm not going to do that to you. History has taught me that people aren't going to coddle me. So I'm taking a stance and put on my big girl underwear and my rock solid wall and be like, are you done? Because we still have something to talk about, Anyway, I didn't, when she was talking about that, I think she expected me to feel sorry for her. And I was just like, I just was silent. I was like, whatever. Anyway, let's move on. In Goodreads, down for anyone else? Oh, is Goodreads down? I don't know. I haven't really. I went on last week, but I don't go on consistently. Trying to update my reading, but it's not letting me. Keep saying there's an error. Not surprising. Storygraph was giving me an issue the other day. I just kept trying. It took me 3 tries to log in. Vanessa says, yes, getting older for me to be more comfortable speaking up. That's my favorite part of getting older. Yes, I think you feel more confident. I think you don't fear retaliation. You don't fear that you're going to ostracize somebody. And it's not to say that I'm trying to be, what's the term? Like aggressive. Like that's never my intention to just like go out of my way to make people uncomfortable and all this stuff. But I feel like if that opportunity arises and some conversation comes up, which is interesting because we have these conversations, which I don't mind having these dialogue at all. It's my channel. So if people don't like it, then don't be here for some of these conversations. That's the way I feel like it. But I think especially this month it just highlights things more. But at the same time, to me, I think these are everyday conversations we should have so that we don't have to have them, you know. I just tend to find that it's mostly minorities that have them amongst themselves, and it's that we already know the stuff. We don't need we don't need to be reiterated, you know. Um, but but I feel that people just tend to kind of get into their feelings a little bit and need to kind of get out of it and see the bigger picture um, as a whole when it comes to some of that stuff, you know. But I think just I tend to get more into certain conversations when other people ask me questions and then they want me to clarify. Oh, I forgot. You don't see the thing at the back. You got to see the Black History Month. Um, yeah, that definitely needs to come down. People like at my other job, right? A girl would ask me a question. A lot of I read a lot, so it'd be like, "Hey, what are you reading?" or something like that, right? Or there'd be something on TV, and she was a Trump lady person, whatever, right? And but anyway, but you asked me a question, and I'm answering you honestly. You're speaking your truth, but when I'm speaking mine, that you have an issue. I'm telling you the truth from a to me, in my opinion, a factual standpoint that I can give you facts to support. But why are you engaging me in conversation if you don't want my answer? You know, that's the way I look at it. Okay. At a point, it got to a point where I avoided her, and sometimes she would still seek me out, and I'm like, "Girl, you don't remember our last conversation? Why are we still talking?" It's like you don't want to hear, you know, because you know, and I would feel bad about just opening my mouth because I feel like I'm wasting my time in a way. Not bad that I'm speaking truths, but it's the fact that I'm wasting my time. I could be reading my book. Okay, there's plenty of times I did not get further in my book of speaking to somebody that was ignorant, but you ask me a question and then they in the end feel uncomfortable, and you can tell they felt uncomfortable, right? Don't ask me. You already know I'm a bit passionate about stuff, and I'm not getting all on her face, and I don't yell and I don't scream. I'm talking just like this, but I'm confident what I'm talking about. Okay, and it's not like I'm speaking like this historical or this happened in 19 whatever. It's just common sense stuff. You know. But if you don't care about what the weight of the world is, or the situation of the world, or how other people live and stuff, then don't engage me in conversations about something that affects me that has nothing to do with you, you know, that type thing. So, but whatever. She moved to West Virginia so she could be around people that look like her and believe as she does. And that's exactly what she said to my face. I stopped having conversations after that conversation. I would intentionally shut conversations down after that. No more wasting my time. Vanessa says, I don't use Goodreads to track. I use Storygraph. Yep, exactly. I use both. I have Goodreads, but I don't go to it a lot. I would say the last 2 times I did book reviews, I did do both, because what I've started doing is from my arcs. I do try to put them in Goodreads because I know a lot of people still use it, and I know that NetGalley values it. So if I'm doing a lot of book reviews at one time, which I tend to do, then if I'm already in Goodreads, then I'll go ahead and cut paste my review, you know, into Goodreads, but I still put it in Storygraph. But if I'm just doing regular non-arc book reviews, I just do Storygraph. So my Goodreads is like all jacked up. So I wouldn't, yeah, it's not up to date at all. Gotta be who you are. Hello, Jean. How you doing? Love your background. Thank you. Thank you. It's not what I wanted it to be. No. Yeah. I need to adjust it. It's kind of high. But I thought it would be longer and taller. So it is what it is. See the bottom? Honoring the past, inspiring the future. So, but Yeah, it's all right. It's still cute. It's just I need my screen to either be smaller or this to be bigger, but it is what it is. um, Mel says I use both. I only keep Goodreads because a lot of the authors have told me they get more traction. Exactly. I also post on Amazon too. That's another thing. I wish Amazon would automatically transfer to Goodreads. That burns me up because then I'm doing more cut and pasting. So annoying. The only times that no, actually that doesn't do that either. No, actually it does. If you review on your Kindle, which totally horrible. Like if you have Kindle books, you know how you get to the end and you can type your review and then it says put on Goodreads or Amazon, whatever. It'll go there, but typing on this sucker, so many errors. It's like typing on my cell phone and I'm constantly backtracking. I hate it. I hate it. So I do that very, very not often. If it's some small little book that's like, you know, you read those palate cleanser that are like quick smutty books or quick shifter, just a simple like 100 pages less, like a book that I'm not going to say probably more than 2 words in a review for, which is rare. I normally definitely do more. That's the only time I will review on the Kindle. Otherwise, it just annoys me. Vanessa says, I think white women have never had to be resilient as Black women. And I say this as a white woman, and no tears come a lot. And so tears come a lot real quickly. Yes, well, I think also white women have always been viewed as like this vulnerable, and this is the tell I think that white men have are put in order to hold on. See, this is why I don't have the words. I think that's a narrative that white men place upon society so that there is a means to be able to um it's a narrative that white men tell society so they can be able to do what they want when they feel like something's been offended like by them. You know, I think it's more of a the narrative of white women, to me, in my opinion, it's almost like a reflection of the value of white men. That's basically what I'm trying to say. It's a reflection in their minds. The narrative that they put out about white women being vulnerable is a reflection on them as their manhood. So if like back in the day when a white woman was like, hey, this Black guy looked at me, you know, he's gonna come attack me. Okay, well now white men can go do what they want. They can go down and burn down an entire Black community because her vulnerability has now been compromised because this over sexualized Black men is now coming to rape our women, you know, that type thing. But that's also the reason why you have white women back in the day that would sit there and accuse Black men of raping them when really they engaged them in sexual contact and it was found out, right? Because this white man, it's like the idea that this Black man is with my woman. Okay, it has to have been non-consensual because what does that say about me? You know, so women they utilize that to their advantage, you know. But in the end, they're oppressed just like everybody else. Look at white women; they weren't allowed to own bank accounts and stuff till what, the 80s. You know, they were still dependent on men. You know, and men could do whatever they want. You know, so it all goes back to me and the idea about how white men feel about themselves and a power trip, so that they are the ultimate supreme. That to me is how I view that. And I think white women utilize that to their advantage because it allows white men to continue to feel like they have power. Anyway, that's a whole nother thing. um, I'm a lot less afraid for people not to like me. If you don't like me for being who I am, then that's okay. We're just not compatible. Go live your life and I'll go live mine. Exactly. And you know what? I've always subscribed to that idea. I think as Black people, to a certain extent, I care because you have to get along in this world to a certain extent with people. And overall, we're not the people in power. Like, I'm not saying suck up to nobody like that, but at the same time, that you got to play the game in order to navigate this world and be successful. So, to a certain extent, I care, and to a certain extent, I don't. Back in the day, more so than now, you cared as a minority about what people thought of you because it was a difference of safety. Like, um, you can sit there and say, "Hey, I don't care what people think of me, and I'm gonna walk up in this store." But then somebody accuse you, and then you come, and it's a whole neighborhood that gets destroyed because somebody decided to go on a rampage, over making up something or a feeling of a slight. But the thing is, they didn't really need that excuse. It was just like nothing really needs to happen in order for bad stuff to happen. But you play the game, you live life. But overall, I don't really care whether somebody likes me or not. You need to at least respect me to my face. But you play the game for work and things like that. I mean, I'm an other of where I work. I see my differences with the people that are around me. I see where I work at. Day shift is a whole different dynamic than night shift. Like, it's like a completely different hospital than night shift. Day shift, it's like mostly white people, right? You have maybe some Mexicans that do like the like environmental services, cleaning, trash, things like that, right? But for the most part, the hospital is like, I would say like 95% white. Come night shift, you start seeing Black people, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans. You see all the queer people. I'm just like, heck, what happened to this hospital? It's like a whole different ball game. It's not as much of a power trip at nighttime. It's just a whole different thing, but it's a level of comfort too. Discomfort is not your problem. Facts, 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 facts. As you get older, you learn that too. I think you got to grow into your own. So I give myself grace for my younger self. I'm gonna get some tea and a little lunch for the sprint, but I'll try to get more words. Write them words. Write them words. I find some people just want to ask and aren't interested in the answer. Facts, exactly. Don't waste my time. If you're gonna ask me and we gonna talk, because I'm not the most eloquent speaker and I could be long-winded. But I'm trying to express myself, if you're going to ask me something. But don't waste my time. I got books to read. Don't waste my time if you're going to discount what I'm saying. I could have just shut up. Exactly. Facts. And as it says, you can get a cheap Bluetooth keyboard to connect to your Kindle. Yeah, it's just not that serious when I got the computer. I have a little reading journal that I write my notes on. So when I do my reviews, I just get it on the computer because it's always something I got to do on the computer. Sometimes I take my husband's his iPad, and he has an external keyboard, a Bluetooth keyboard to that. And sometimes I'll take that to work and use that like as a keyboard. Sometimes if I'm, life has been busy and I got downtime at work and I got a lot of like book stuff or whatever to view, I'll do that. But for Kindle nah, my screen's so small either. Storygraphs, awesome. White men take pride on protecting their white women. Yeah, it's all about soothing their ego. Everything's a reflection on them. And that's what that's about. And I recognize that that's what that is. But I'm not going to let myself be manipulated by that. Okay. Because I've seen that. I've seen that, the tears thing, many times. Okay. And I've seen in relation to conversations that weren't, and I'm not talking about somebody's picking on you and so you start crying because you're being accused of something. I'm talking about a general conversation about something and white woman got offended by it, or, oh my God, you're just saying our race is horrible. That ain't you. I didn't say that. I'm saying there's problems in the world, okay? If you feel like somebody's picking on you, then you need to go figure out what's in your psyche and what's in your past and your head that's making you feel that way. Okay. Because I don't feel like I'm a piece of shit when I hear people say Black people are pieces of shit. I don't feel that way about myself, and I'm not going to cry about it. So why are you worried about other people? I'm just saying, and that's not my problem. So you got to just kind of have that. But at the same time, it's like they feed into the manipulation that the men are giving for them. And yeah. Because in the day, they don't care about themselves. I don't want to support Bezos is good reason. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. It's already there, though. That's the thing. It's glitchy as hell. Yeah. I have it because I already had it, but I don't use it much. Reflection of the value of white men. Yes, exactly. Exactly. 1974, I think, for bank accounts, loans, etc. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Is it? Did I say 74, 74? Oh, I keep trying to pull up my phone and I don't have it. I read a book that's talking about women banking. Okay, 70s, 80s. Yeah, you're right. It is the 70s. I think 74. 74. Vanessa says, my mom said yesterday that she wants to go back to the 50s. And I was like, no, I'm not even remotely interested in going back. Oh my gosh. I tell this story all the time, right? For people that talk about the 50s, because my husband makes these little comments about the 50s sometimes. I'm like, dude, I just want to hit you upside the head. But I had a neighbor that grew up in the 50s, right? As a child. And she told me that her dad cheated on her mom with the secretary. The mom wanted to work it out, counsel, do whatever to keep the family together. The dad said no, he did not. So he chose to leave the mom for the secretary and then chose to not support his daughter that he had with the mom. And the fact that the little girl was the product of a divorce, the first one on the street, because, back in the 50s, divorce isn't popular, she was ostracized. Little parents told their kids not to play with her because she's a product of divorce. So she was basically ostracized, her and her mom, because the dad chose to cheat and get a divorce. Not to mention, a lot of ladies did not work in the 50s. I will say a lot of white women, this lady was white, does not work in the 50s. Black people, you had to be really privileged and have good jobs, which was rare for a mom and a dad both not to work in some capacity in a Black household. Okay. So, but I would say for white women that did not work, struggle, because how do you support yourself? So the mom then had to try to figure out how to make a living when she never had a job in her life. I think the mom was like in the 40s or something at that time, in her 40s. And now she's sitting here, never had a job, trying to figure out how to raise a child and pay bills. That's crazy, right? And it's so funny because I dated a guy in college that kind of the same thing happened. Mom was in her 40s. Dad had a company that she helped him build, but she never really had a job. And he cheated on her with the secretary and left her. And then she had to figure out, like, she went to school and became a teacher, but she was on the struggle bus for a minute of trying to figure out, how do I raise a family when I never had a job in my life and this dude done left me? Reasons like that is why I will always work as much as possible. And as much as I love my husband, I will never solely depend financially on him, because there's too many horror stories about things like that. And also, you give license for people to treat you any old way when you have to depend on them. And especially anybody, and I'm not saying anything bad about stay-at-home moms and stuff like that, but to me, you got to really know your guy. You have to know his character. He has to have never done anything that's really questioned you. Like, if your dude's an ass, which we all have our moments, okay? I'm not going to lie. I have my little asshole moments too, okay? That's my dude, right? But my husband has his asshole qualities too, okay? We all have our issues. But I'm just saying that anybody that has ever shown their ass to you in one fashion or another is somebody that you may question about their commitment to me if shit really hits the fan. I don't ever want to be at the mercy of, I can't leave because I have to rely on somebody for my livelihood. I I wouldn't want somebody else to be, because that's like how kids are. They're depending on you. Let's say something happens to you and your kids, I would, it's that's how you are with a spouse. You're basically a dependent. I wouldn't want that burden for one to be on my spouse to have to financially fully carry a household. Because what if something happens to him? But also, you know, things happen. I'm just saying, things happen. I've seen too many bad situations. My mom has just always taught me different. And it's not to say I want to be, you know, the man of the household. Because I've been told that when I've told that to other people. And it's like, I don't have a desire to be the man. Like, that's not what I'm coming from with that. It's about just protecting yourself and feeling secure. Even if you work in a part-time or a period job, I got to have some income. I don't have to make all the money in the world, but I do have to feel like I have some sort of income to feel comfortable with things. So that's just me. Though. Anyway, yeah, we are getting into some deep conversations for the beginning of February. Okay. But also back to this 50s thing, right? So my husband has said that a few times, and I shut it down each time. Now I'm not willing to even have that conversations anymore, because he grew up with his mom and dad both in the same household, growing up still together. It's been 50, 60 years. Not everybody has that. I haven't had that. Very rarely do I see people that have that. Like my aunt and uncle were together God knows how long, and they're both, bless their heart, have gone now. But that's the only couple with me growing up that has ever seen a healthy relationship that has lasted that long. And you also got to define what health means. But I'm just saying, a committed couple, they're not out there beating on each other and cheating on each other. Okay. That type thing. But that's the only thing in my family I've ever seen that, but the thing is, when you sit there and say that 50s mentality, is a wife dependent on a man, and if he decides to leave, then what happens? Or if something happens to him, it's just, you just got to really protect yourself, but then also it's like, he was like, people didn't get divorced back then, they didn't get into as many arguments. And I was like, don't believe that Leave It to Beaver mess that's on television. That is not real at all. At all. That's a television show. Real life is not that way. And that is so not, as a Black person, that is not the reality at all. That show has always been a show for me, and it's like a fantasy. It's never been real life at all for anybody that I knew. When narcissism, xenophobia, homophobia don't need an excuse to be awful. They're inherent awful. Yepers. Can't co-sign on those things, y'all. Any BIPOC ARC recommendations? If you have my story graph, then you definitely can take a look. Honey was a good one. That's one. It might not even be an ARC now anymore. I don't know. I don't have any specific recommendations, but if you do NetGalley and you do Own Voices, you'll probably come up with a few. Vanessa said there are actually laws in some areas that Black women had to work, even though the men's salary was enough for their family. I did see something about that. IG, I'm sorry, is amazing. Okay. I weed out the bull, and I take the things that I think are fact when I, decide like I'm learning from it. Because you can be an entertainment, but also a learning tool. And I've learned a lot from IG in like the last year. But I learned about that in what was it, during World War II, I think? Or maybe it was World War I. Well, basically, yeah, there was laws that were said that Black women would be arrested if they did not go to work basically as domestic servants, because the men were at war sending their money back home. So that afforded many of these women not to actually have to go to work, right? But then white households were complaining that they weren't able to get domestic help. And so they basically said, you need to go back to work. Isn't that crazy? That's just like those, what's in South Carolina, I think, where there was a law that Black women had to cover their hair. I'm horrible with dates. It was back in the day. Back in the day. Y'all can figure out what back in the day was. Where they had to cover their hair in public because it was, did they say it was messy? Yeah, I think something about it was messy and a distraction or something. So they had to cover their hair out in public. So they started wearing, the scarves and stuff we do and made it a fashion statement. And then people started getting salty that they were, getting a little looks, like y'all don't hate because you know what? You may sit there and downgrade a Black woman for her looks, but I'm telling you, we gonna do some shit with what we got, okay? And you're gonna like it. And then you're gonna emulate it, okay? So then what now? You know what I'm saying? So whatever. I do not want to go back to the 50s. I do not either. I do not. Okay. Do not. Would you be willing to share your story? Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. I'd have to pull it up here. Let me see. Yeah, it's Tangible Reads if you go on there. Where is. Sorry, I'm looking. I'm trying to think of this book that I read. There's a book called Honey I read recently that was really good. And then there was, what was it called? Zombie? Oh my gosh. Hold up. I'm trying to get my Storygraph up here if y'all are interested. Sorry, I'm like popping this gum, y'all. Oh, you know what? My reading journal for last year is on the what? How do I get my hold up, y'all. Looking up something here. Oh, maybe I saw that in another one. You got me thinking about this arc that I read that I want to tell you about, but I can't remember what it was. Maybe it's another book. Oh. What was Kooky? When was Kooky? September, October. Was it November? Maybe it was another month. Okay, I can't find it. Hold on a second, y'all. I am trying. Copy. I'm smacking this gum, y'all, all over the place. All right, hopefully that leads you to wherever you might need to go. All right, that's my Storygraph if y'all interested. Tangible Reads is where I'm at. Same thing with Goodreads, but there's definitely a lot of nice, cool books on there. But NetGalley, that's the place I use for arts. But they have some really good books on there. You just gotta kind of, oh my gosh, weed out which ones that are really good. But there's one, oh my God, what is it called? How to eat a, this is gonna bother me, y'all. Now I should have looked it up while I had Storygraph up. Let me see, is this gonna open up another tab if I click on this? Nope. Oh, I guess not. World War II, yes, yeah. That was just a very interesting thing of, hey, y'all need to come work because we don't want to do this work. Very crazy. Girl, when was Kooky Mayhem? Was that April? Nope. There was another one. It was probably another month. Oh, you know what? Hold up. One more thing, y'all. Sorry. I'm determined to try to find this book. That's not it. All these things I've written down, yet I can't find the one thing I'm looking for. All right, well, it's not meant to be found. If I find it, I'll let you know. Anyway, forcing Black women to get jobs. Yes, yeah, World War II. Okay. Yeah, I saw that on IG. I was like, what in the world? That was crazy. Telling you, social media is great. Social media, that's why the government and stuff is always trying to censor, because people are learning information, you know? So now you have to take it with a grain of salt, because people do like to add in their own stuff, and not everything on social media is real, or they may say half the story or whatever. So you got to pick out the facts. Personally, I love to hear a story and then I go to the comments, because the comment section is real. Okay. They're going to tell you whether they're being false or not. Okay. So, and some people just go and tell you their own little story underneath, you know? Well, I found you sent a friend request. I'm trolling over there. Okay, don't get in trouble over there. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like to read a variety of books. So you'll see a lot of different things on my channel for sure. I mean, sorry, on my story graph. Okay. So you'll see variety of taste, from real frivolous to real serious. Okay. Awesome. Cookie was May. Trying to figure out. Was it in May that I read this book? Hold up, May. No, I definitely don't have that book on here. Maybe it was May the year before. It's crazy. I got these old reading journals sitting here. They're just old little planners. I was supposed to transfer notes over. I did. May. Nope. It's not on here. Oh, well. Let me see. Maybe it's at the end of April. How to Be Eaten? Is that it? I remember something about a zombie. Oh, a sec. I'm going to check this one thing, then we're going to go to the sprint, y'all. I know we've been lollygagging. How to Be Eaten book. Nope, that's not it. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember the name of this book. I know the picture, the cover. It's like a hand or something. Oh, I know what. The Summer I Ate the Rich. That's a really good book. That's a book. It's about this girl, kind of like a Haitian zombie. I don't know. It's very interesting. But yeah, I don't know why I can't find it in my thing. Maybe I read it on an off month there. No. My nickname there is Trolley. Oh, okay. That's definitely different. Okay. Okay. I will keep a lookout for you. Okay. I thought you were talking about I'm gonna go troll. All right, y'all. So here is our last sprint. Okay. We are 30 minutes behind on it, but we're gonna do it. So here we go. So we got some sunny. We're gonna end on a sunny note, because we've been talking about some serious stuff, which I love a good conversation. So I'm not mad at it at all. Okay. So here is your emojis. Let me know which one that you think should win. What represents you? So we have, let me put this one here. We have, Let's get this off the screen. We have 4 here, right? We have, come on. All right, we have number 1 who's making the kissy kissy face. Number 2 is crying. Number 3 and 4, why do they look the same? Oh, the eyes are different. Number 3 has the round eyes, and number 4, I don't know what that is. Is she chiefing or something? I'm gonna go with number 3 because I try to be a happy, positive person and smile. So I'm gonna go with number 3. Let me know what y'all are thinking here. You want the kissy face? You want to cry, baby? You want to smile? Or you want to be happy in a different way? Number 4. I think number 4 did some stuff. Asked to be your friend on Storygraph. Awesome. There we go. Everybody should be friends. I will say I don't go on there all the time, only generally when I'm like logging books and stuff. So maybe once a week or every other week on there, but it's nice. It's nice to get more. The more people that join Storygraph and actually fill in the fields and everything, I think the better Storygraph will be. I mean, it's just a few years old. It's a work in progress, but I like it a lot. Vanessa says, gonna get tea and food. I'll go with the number 4 because they look definitely super happy. The smoochy one, too. The smoochy one keeps getting covered by the comments there. Okay. Mel is gonna go with number 2 since I use that emoji a lot. Oh no. I hope the crying emoji. I will say of all the emojis that I use, it's the crying emoji, but it's kind of like crying smiley face. So it's kind of like, I'm laughing till I cry. So it's not like I'm sad. I hope that's that versus I'm crying because I'm horribly upset. There you go. Friended back, y'all. Send some friend requests. I had to just, thank you. Okay. I'm getting some French. Y'all love me. You really love me. There we go. I know more Storygraph. There you go. Share your handles or whatever they call them these days. All right, y'all. Let's get to this sprint. Happy reading. See you in 45. And there we go. It's the really, really happy person that has won. Really, really happy. Okay, well, there you go. Number 4 is the winner for that final race there. How did everybody do on that sprint? Let us know. Let me get to the chat here. I got a little bit further into my book. I'm at about 82%. So hopefully, if I finish, continue, which I will, that I will get through the book today. If not, then definitely, I'll probably get through today because I work tomorrow, so I'll be up late. But I'm doing audio while I do my diamond painting, so I can kind of get it done. Just gotta get it done. Trying to start fresh, okay. Okay, so we're talking about StoryGraph, so make sure you share each other's handles if you're on there. I think you can pull up people if I'm not mistaken. Most of us, I think, use our channel names or whatnot. So mine is also listed in the description box on my videos. You can find my, do I have my Goodreads on there? I have my IG, I think I have Goodreads and StoryGraph if I'm not mistaken. Mel says, yes, I am Jean. I didn't think I can post a link, but I'm Tomb Raider on there as well. There we go. There we go. Oh, by the way, I saw your 75 booked, Mel. I keep seeing this 75 booked, and I don't know if I forgot what it was or if I just never looked it up. But anyway, yours explained it. I could totally do that. You're basically drinking a crap ton of water, which I do anyway, and you're doing 2 45-minute sessions of reading a day. No problem. So that's a good one there, okay? How long do you do that for, by the way? Is that for 75 days? That's the time period, right? That's a long time. That's a long time. I would miss some days in between there, okay? There's a handle. There he goes. Added. Everybody's adding each other. Hello, Helen. How are you doing today? We're going to be getting out of here. That was the last sprint. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for coming by, engaging in conversation. Hope to see you again, and I hope that you do very, very well with getting your book out there, okay? I am here, by the way, y'all, pretty much every Tuesday at 10 a.m. EST. However, I will be in Mexico next week, so I will not be here. I will be posting, and we'll definitely talk about the trip when we come back, and have a little vlog going on too. So I hope y'all have an exciting rest of the week and next week if I don't see y'all. Okay. Ren said, made it to 11%, had dinner, chicken and stir fry. Ooh, and thanks for sprints. Thank you for coming by. Enjoy that stir fry. That sounds delicious. Instagram and TikTok on you. Ooh, I still have the TikTok? I got rid of TikTok. Ooh, I'm glad you said that. Okay. I will be getting rid of TikTok because I do not use TikTok anymore. When it became so political, I immediately that day deleted it. So, thank you for letting me know. Let me pull this tab up on my other tab as a reminder. Thank you for letting me know. I did not know I was still advertising for TikTok. Okay. I will be taking that off. Okay, y'all. So I hope you have a lovely day. Stay warm, stay healthy, make sure you hydrate, all of that jazz. Buy yourself something good for this Valentine's love month, because you can always love yourself. Also, if you're inclined to read Black books, I would say if you read them all year long, continue. I'm not a big fan of spending 1 month reading it and then never again. So, do what you want. There's a lot of really great things out there. Okay. But celebrate, be aware of your surroundings, be aware of the world at large. Okay. So y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Stay well, stay healthy, and I will see y'all around. Bye.